the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everybody. We're going to start off with 1.1, recognition of standout students and staff.
It's my honor tonight to recognize our standout student, Mr. Pete Hamilton. Pete, you want to come up here? Thanks for being here. I know you've got a big night planned, so I just wanted to share real quick what was written about you. I believe Pete should be recognized because, in my opinion, he embodies the heart of a Lansing lion. He's always polite, is that right, Mom? And respectful, a hard worker and a good friend to his peers. I've had Pete in class for the past 6 years, and he has been a joy to have in class. He has volunteered when needed and always keeps a positive attitude. Thank you for that. I've never seen him in a bad mood. Pete works really hard and gives his all in everything that he does. Not only does he work to improve himself, I've seen him show empathy and support for his fellow classmates on many occasions. One of the most impressive things I've seen Pete do is organize a food drive to coincide with our summer marching band camp last July. He was able to collect over 800 items in 1 week, encouraging his bandmates to donate. We were blown away by the amount of items that he collected. That's not all he has done. He is a leader in the school and has helped several organizations with different activities and drives throughout the past school year. Above all, Pete deserves to be recognized because he is an all-around great person. We have enjoyed having him as a student and know that he'll do great things when he leaves Lansing High School. Congratulations. Come back for a picture. Let me do this next one, and then we'll get the our teacher this month is Christina Hoverson. Unfortunately, Christina is covering for a softball game. Imagine that. As they moved, I think she could have made it, but they moved 2 JV games over to Lansing tonight, and so she's covering as an admin in charge. But I just wanted to share a couple of things. For those of you that don't know, Christina is our math interventionist at the high school. Just a couple of excerpts from, she had a couple of nominations. Chris goes above and beyond for her students in every way. She truly meets each kid where they are at. She doesn't just think about the content. She makes sure that the kid is healthy mental state to be able to learn, overcomes obstacles and challenges with them, and celebrates successes like no one else. Successes are really important in our world. Chris is always here to support, encourage, and teach the students and staff at LHS. But she also supports others at the district leadership level. She is always celebrating others. I think it is time that we celebrate her too. And Ms. Overson loves her students and is willing to do what is needed to help them succeed. She understands that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach. The Lion Academy that was started last year is amazing, and she carries much of those concepts over in her math tier classes for sophomores. Not sure what my child would do if she is unable to have Ms. Hoverson as a teacher next year. I'm exaggerating when I say I probably would not have survived my husband's last appointment without her help. And with that, Chris, I hope you're watching online. You said you might be. This is for Chris. I'll give it to her. Hi. You guys want to come back? Picture real quick. We need one of those little things.
I should have done that. I know.
Pete, you get to be in the middle. Board will come around you. Amy's making it. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're perfect one. Fine. Come on this side.
Let me get behind you.
Step up.
We'll give it over here.
There we go. You good to go?
Put the
Well,
king
come
behind.
over closer, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, I'll take a couple. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I get one.
Yep, let's let Mom get one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Good job.
Seven point one, right?
7.7. I got one more recognition. Next, and this was sent in to us that we wanted to make sure, this was from the American Legion. It's just a Lansing School District, and it's a certificate of appreciation. It's gratefully presented to Lansing School District in recognition and sincere appreciation of outstanding service and assistance, which contributed to the advancement of the American League Baseball and activities dedicated to God and country. Presented by Byron H. Mel, American Legion Post 23. Kansas First District. They sent that in for us as a school district and us as a board, so just wanted to recognize that.
Moving on with the agenda, we'll go to approval of agenda and approval of consent agenda. Minutes from April 11th, 2022. The approval of bills from the clerks, treasurer, and building financial reports. Substitute teacher list, non-resident students. The image learning contract and the milk bid renewal for 22-23. Do we have any?
We have one addition. I received this late. It's in front of you. It's for the playground proposal, and if we could add that as 7.7, please. No, it's going as an
Is it a
addition.
change to the agenda?
Change to the agenda. Yep.
Any discussion?
Did we talk about the Imagine Learning last month?
Yes, the Imagine Learning was what we call Edgenuity, and that's what we do for our credit recovery and for our summer school activities, and also for enrichment for our middle school 8th graders. This is in replacement, our 3-year current contract, which has 22 concurrent licenses, and for the same price this year, we will be able to use all of the unlimited amounts of all of their curriculum for that exact same use.
Any other questions?
And that's 20,000 for.
Unlimited use for 1 year,
For 1
yes,
year. Gotcha.
yes. In any of the content areas that we would need, of course, for any of our students.
That went through the normal process.
Mhm. Yeah, this is something that we've used for quite a few years now. So this is a renewal and not a new curriculum purchase.
And also the Apple lease. So this is that big payment that we wait on. The Apple lease. purchase
Yes.
payment.
Yes. Are you under approval of bills, Carla? Yeah. Yes. The Apple lease is something that we do every year. That would be a bill that we would have brought for you for approval to you, for us to be able to purchase. And then, so that is the final, we finally receive the equipment, and that would be our purchase agreement. Our payment on the agreement that you would have approved. I'm not for sure what month that was.
And that's an annual cost.
Yes, we have an Apple rotation, an iPad rotation piece, where we upgrade certain amounts of our iPads every 4 years.
And they're able to purchase them at the end of everything.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve the agenda, the approval of the consent agenda. Any Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Move on to hearing of the audience. First up will be Kirsten Workman, please.
Hey, Dee. Thanks for the time tonight.
Just to make sure that's on.
Oh,
Red button.
red button. How about now?
It is.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I'm here tonight to advocate for the adoption of the Parents' Bill of Rights on the agenda. I say that as a parent and as an educator. Perhaps some of these rights aren't necessarily in jeopardy in our community, but some of them are, and it's naive to think that those who want to immediately reshape society don't have their eyes intently focused on our children's minds and our taxpayer-funded classrooms. Parents need a Bill of Rights to insulate our children's minds from influence. The influx of bias regarding current social issues and politics isn't just seeping into our classrooms, it's being articulately planted by companies that hawk curriculum like pricey magic beans and large organizations with gigantic budgets comprised of money they don't generate but rather collect, organizations like the NEA and the KDHE. Bias also enters the classroom, perhaps even more impactfully, by individuals who value their potential influence over our children's minds more than the profession itself. For example, why does my daughter in a foreign language class have to participate in debates that defend principles of socialism and invoke a teacher's frustration for choosing yes to the idea of an electoral college? Why does, in a separate class, why does she know exactly how another teacher feels about this agenda item thanks to a classroom discussion? I have children in multiple school districts, and I assure you the policies are similar and well-intentioned, but easily manipulated to obfuscate access to information and silence dissenting views from parents. We've all seen evidence of it these past 2 years, but these are our children, our classrooms, and our curriculum. Another reason I'm for Parents' Bill of Rights, I wanted to attend my child's classes for a day to motivate her not to skip school, not because I wanted to scrutinize her teachers, but what if I did want to scrutinize what was happening in the classroom or see for myself whether there's bias in the curriculum or how it's taught? I was surprised to be met with such extreme reluctance. Plain and simple, I was welcome in the hallways, but not at all welcome in the classroom. Do you know that nearly makes my hair stand on end? I am not saying this to disparage how the situation was handled by the district. I certainly don't feel that way. But as a teacher myself, I cannot imagine why anyone would feel their work could not or should not bear scrutiny. I am not for revisionist, whitewashed history, and I know that racism is evil, but I'm weary of feeling like I will be stigmatized for wanting to assert my role as a community stakeholder and a parent wanting to shelter my child's impressionable mind from ideas that I find to be factually incorrect, immoral, too nuanced for a 60-minute high school class, or just plain antisocial. But that is, quite frankly, an uphill battle. I love our school district and its teachers and its administrators, but I believe a Parents' Bill of Rights is in order. It could serve as a framework for much needed discussions about different views and educational goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Celeste Hoynes.
Well, I didn't prepare anything, and first I just want to say happy late Teacher Appreciation Week. I got to spend the entire week in the schools with the teachers and celebrating them and all the work that they put into their collaboration, their instruction in the classroom, and the partnerships and relationships with the parents that send their kids, entrusting them with their health and safety and education and stimulation of their minds every day. So I can never celebrate them enough. As a parent, that's why I'm here. I think I'm in total opposition of this silliness that is going on nationally, that is this Parents' Bill of Rights wording that comes through. It's very transparent that this is something that is happening in multiple districts, not just Lansing. And I would just like to put out there that you have opportunities. Our school and our district embrace the partnership with teachers and with parents. And if you have a disagreement with the instructional materials. There are plenty of opportunities for you to go and follow along and be involved and have those meetings with your teacher. And I've never been shut out of a discussion with my teacher or with the administration as a whole if I had any questions about what my children are being instructed to do. What I'm mostly worried about with this language and this Parent Bill of Rights is the vaccination removal. Like, what is this? I mean, I'm sorry, but my children have health issues. They have to be in a protected environment. We go to public schools because I cannot afford, and nor do I want to, seek out a private school environment. If you want to send your kids to a private school so that they don't have to be vaccinated, then you should. That's what I was told, okay? That's what I've been told in a very divisive and direct manner when I was going to these meetings before, when these elections were happening for your positions. So I'm gonna stand here and I'm gonna say,
Ma'am, thank you. Could you just
complete opposition.
finish up, please?
Absolutely. I didn't have anything prepared, so I don't know how much time I have, but I just want you guys to realize that we see you. We're gonna fight against whatever you're trying to do. I don't understand it, and I care just as much about my child's ability to be here as you do, so I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jeanette LeBray.
That's good enough. I only have a very short statement on this subject, and I am also opposed to the Parents' Bill of Rights. I rarely attend any school meetings, but I feel the need to reach out today. I am very concerned about this Bill of Rights. The items on the agenda this evening, and I have lived here since 1973, and my children and grandchildren have gone through this school system. They have been taught by professional teachers who have got their degrees for the love of teaching and nurturing my family to be very successful adults as they are today. I am always forward thinking. Some of you might know me because I've been on the council and various the county. I've done a lot of work in the area. I've just let education be taught and managed by the educators. So I am forward thinking, but a similar Bill of Rights has not been approved at the state level. Neither has it been approved at the Kansas Board of Education level. So it seems to me that we are demanding changes, which is basically interfering with the basic education and professionalism that our teachers have, and it is just not acceptable to me. I am going to exit, so I'll have to watch you online. My husband has Alzheimer's and I can't leave him very long, but I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, would Catherine Ryan please come forward?
Hello, good evening. I'm Catherine Ryan. I have 2 kids in our Lansing School District. We have been here for about 4 years. My husband and I chose to retire in this area, and we plan to make Lansing our home. I would love to talk about multiple items. I had to pick one today, and my biggest concern right now is the HVAC system at Lansing Intermediate School. Today it was 85 degrees in my daughter's classroom. I do know the Board of Education or the school district did provide box fans in the classroom, but this is not acceptable learning environment for the children. In the winter, my daughter would have to bring 2 sweatshirts and a jacket in order to stay warm enough to focus in class. And I am really concerned that we do not have a plan in place yet to have this fixed in the fall, and I'm just kind of looking for an update. I'm hoping this will be fixed by the fall, because as we see, our temperatures are kind of crazy here in Kansas, and these kids need this environment. I am also a sub at the district, and I do know, like, I've had to take the kids out of a classroom before because it has gotten so hot in a classroom that they just can't function. They really can't. They can't concentrate. And this is something really critical to our kids, especially at the 4th grade level. They are learning a lot and they are going through a lot and they really need to be able to have that. And one of my biggest concerns is this week it's gonna be over 95 degrees all week. They go outside for recess and they come inside and they should be able to bring their body temperatures down by being in air conditioning. But if they're going back into a classroom that's 86, 87 degrees, their temperature is not being brought down. So I don't know if maybe the school district has more fans or something. Right now they have a box fan. They brought 1 box fan per classroom, and 1 box fan per classroom in the rooms the sizes they are is not adequate enough with how much those rooms heat up with 25, 26 students in the classroom. So that's my concern. I really hope you guys take it under advisement that we can do something, and hopefully this HVAC system can be fixed by the fall. Hoping to hear good news when we come to that point, but I just kind of wanted to bring up what is currently going on. If you guys have not been in there, I welcome you to try and stop in and see how warm it gets. I do have a couple teachers who did reach out who said they have thermometers in their classrooms and they are at 85, 86 degrees by the end of the day, and that's really concerning for a group of kids.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for everybody that spoke today. We'll go on to 4.1, district financial information.
As we do every month, this is our projected cash balance summary at the end of the year, 1.395. As we have talked about, our goal in the next 3 years is to raise that up to 3.0. And so that'll continue to be a number that we need to continue to look at across the board. This is exactly where we've been in the last few months, and so our projections have held strong on where we believe we will end our fiscal year. Remember that the end of the fiscal year is a June 30 number. We do cut off spending so we can prepare and be able to do all of that type of end of the year information that we'll be bringing to you in June to be prepared for that. So.
Make a motion to approve the district financial information presented.
Second.
All in favor, aye? Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Moving on to the department reports, to include the business office report, the director of communications and marketing report, the emergency preparedness report, the technology report, the custodial director, the food service director, and the transportation director. I make a motion to approve those reports.
Second.
We have any discussion about the reports?
I just wanted to say that it was a great job on securing the grant for the possible additional SRO. I saw that in the report, and I think that will be great, beneficial, and not a cost to the district, so great job.
That's something that comes through the governor's budget. They've chosen to put some emergency preparedness money back into a grant format. So hopefully that gets passed soon and we'll be able to apply for that as we have in the past.
Yeah, thank you for the reports, all those who submitted them. With the emergency preparedness, there was some vandalism and break-in.
We're having a hard time hearing back there. So.
There was vandalism and a break-in. I do see that the key control and padlocks we're working on, and we've got padlocks in. The emergency operations cell, I would like to learn a little bit more about that.
But which emergency operations cell?
Center, I'm sorry.
Center? Oh, sorry.
But just basic security, I guess, physical security.
That would be an excellent opportunity if you want to coordinate that with me, and we can circle in Mr. McCarley, and we can have that conversation. He does have, what we'll have on next month is our emergency operations plan. We do discuss that in executive session. That's something that we do because for safety and security. And so that would also be an opportunity that we all, as a board, can have that conversation. There was a break-in at our old high school / old intermediate school. And it's unfortunate that the kids continue to break in up at that building. It's something that we don't use daily, so that's something that is obviously a target at times. The operations center that you mentioned is something that he has, Kevin has continued to set up for us here at the district office in case we ever do have an emergency situation. So that'd be an excellent opportunity to come up and see that.
Do we have cameras at the building units?
They were not running at that point in time. We have two outside, I believe, and we had one on the outside and 4 on the inside. So it's something that they are not tied into our existing system. They were set up on their own server in that building, and the way that the electricity goes up and down in that building, they were not running at that time.
Okay, I have a question or just a comment on, it looks like we've got a busy summer ahead of us with the work orders. So we have work order tickets that are continuing to come in, and in the maintenance department, that's gonna be a big job. There's 227 tickets opened, and then additionals that are, well, it looks like enclosed 54 over the month of April. So can the board have like a checklist so we can see what's needing to be taken care of and see how these are being handled, checked off as we go along? And then along with technology, there's 564 tickets open, but there has been 228 over the month of April closed. But
Yeah, that's a report I can send at the end of the week.
okay, that'd be
Send
awesome.
that out.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Any other discussion?
I think with technology, it's kudos to the creating the videos by the teachers class to express the different steps for kids accessing Canvas. I think it's a great idea. And I saw a little bit about the policy committee. We'll talk about that later though. When we change it. Okay, gotcha.
All in favor of approving the department reports, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Next, we'll talk 6.1 administrative reports. I make a motion to approve the administrative reports.
Sorry.
All in favor? We'll have some discussion, I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
Discussion.
Sorry, Jim. Oh, is this discussion?
Yep.
Oh, okay, so
Discussion.
now we'll
Thank you.
discuss the policy, the social media policy, is that right?
No, that's 7.1.
Oh,
This is
okay.
still administrative reports.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Julie.
Any administrative report comments? Anybody?
Well,
Oh,
I just gotta say, I mean, did we approve the curriculum? Are we following that as far as?
The curriculum is under old board business, under actively learn for middle school social studies curriculum. That's the only new curriculum that we have, and it's 8.1.
So C8. Gotcha.
any other discussion? All in favor of approving the administrative report, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 7, new Board of Education business, social media policy, first reading.
We had our social media policy group get together twice this last month. This is the culmination of those 2 meetings and some outside work by different groups. We chose to break that into 3 different sections. The first is we had some sample policies. I know Carla had sent some, and Amy had sent some, and we looked at those, and then we also brought this together for our own Lansing ways. And a big part of that is what is technology and how do we use technology in our school, technology as an instructional tool, and technology overarching statements. We truly believe those overarching statements are really important for us as a school district, and its technology creates incredible opportunities for users. It should be explored how to create the best learning environment for the district. Technology is school property to be used for district instructional and operational purposes. The district provides policies, training, and enforces restrictions to guide the technology usage expectations. And just as a side note, a large part of that conversation was also age-appropriate technology use and how we need to help to teach that. Privacy on district technology is not a right. An administrator or designee may search technology or services at any time. And lastly, technology use is a privilege which can be restricted or revoked for misuse. We go there on into our acceptable use. I'm sorry that I didn't get this up sooner. I hope you had a chance to peruse it very quickly. And a large part of that acceptable use we have had before, and then we had also taken a large part of the acceptable use that that was in the one that Carla had sent us. Acceptable use of mobile devices. Your child's use of mobile devices, whether at home or at school, is for educational purposes consistent with curricular goals of the district and with the Board of Education policies. That's a large part that we want to make sure, as kids have iPads at K or EC, all the way through 12, that we take into account that, especially at younger ages, the freedoms in being able to do different things on those is different than those that are at high school, that we hope that at some point in time they're going to be productive citizens after their 12th grade year. So loss of or damage of mobile devices, we talked about that. Fee charge for damage, and we have a fee schedule down below, which we've had before on our iPads. We discussed charging cables and cases, and using the mobile device at school, classroom privacy. This is a large part, and we actually have some other policies pertaining to that. Photos, videos, and audio recordings are only allowed in the classroom with explicit consent from your classroom teacher. Taking photos, videos, or audio recordings without knowledge and consent from all parties involved may result in disciplinary action at the discretion of building administration. We do have a policy, in board policy, that puts a moratorium on that also. If you're taking videos on school property, that you have to have permission in order to do that. We do provide technical support. We do get a lot of tickets, Mary, as you mentioned, using the mobile device outside of the district network. We do send those home, and we do have some new opportunities that we'll discuss later on in this for parents in order to be able to also manage the iPads in an easier way. A big part of that is us being able to partner when the iPads go home, and whenever we've needed parents to have parental control to be able to put on those, we always work with those parents. We understand that is a large concern, as they do have every right as a parent in order to limit that at home. Parent responsibility for supervision outside of the district network. Parent restrictions, as I mentioned, technical support outside the district. This is something that when we had our issues with students being at home during the pandemic part, we did provide some technical support at home. That's very taxing on our folks when things don't work at their home network, and us being able to do that it's pretty limited. We do have district required software and personal software. We have no personal software apps may be installed on a student's mobile device. At the high school level, we do allow some of that, but if it is the case that we can remove those at any time. Personal content, social media on the mobile device. Same thing with the high school device, is that high schoolers do have that ability, because there is some use that they have at the high school level in order to do that. But that would obviously be something that parents can, and we would encourage for them to do that. So at the end of that, this is what we'll put on our enrollment form in order for them to sign off as an acceptable use. And then a big part of that's something that we had added. We've had a little bit of this discussion as a board, social media policy and guidelines, staff, students, and BOE. The purpose of this social media policy is to establish protocols for the use of social media by employees and to outline expectations for use. Violation of these guidelines could be regarded as a form of professional misconduct and result in disciplinary act 2 and including termination of employment. The social media policy applies to all Lansing USD 469 employees, teachers, students, and school board members. A big part of this has to do with what your actions are when you're online and you're speaking about things in the school district. Lansing USD 469 acknowledges that its employees have the right under the First Amendment as private citizens to speak out on matters of public concern. District has a right to regulate the speech of employees in specific circumstances, and district employees are cautioned that speech on or off duty made pursuant to their officials' duties, being speech which owes its existence to the employee's professional duties and responsibilities, is not protected speech under the First Amendment and may form the basis for discipline if deemed detrimental to the district. We addressed that a little bit more. Big one is the second bullet. When employees post or comment on information about any activity related to their classroom, school, or district, they should assume they're speaking for the district and are expected to conduct themselves professionally. I know that at times that can be very difficult, especially as we seem to play these conversations out many times on social media. And it's important to know that that we, as district employees and district students, district school board members, that we are speaking for the district at some point in time. We don't get to separate from that. Online behavior should reflect the same standards of honesty, respect, and consideration expected in face-to-face communication. That is something that we need to teach all of our young people, I know, because it's very easy to say things when people aren't looking at you. I call those people keyboard warriors on me personally. So that is something that we need to continue to teach. We'll get to that in just a second. Personal social media accounts are not an appropriate venue to interact with students, parents, or guardians. Gossip and rumors are not appropriate in communication with students and the community. Moreover, sharing of workplace information can lead to a strain on workplace relationships and harmful controversy. The other part on that is also the fact that that at times we do as a teaching and as an employer, we have to make sure that that the right to privacy of our students is not violated during that time. We talk about it all the time in my substitute orientation, and it's extremely important that when we're sharing those things on our personal accounts, that ultimately we are responsible for that. This is a big one that was added that we really don't have a procedure that we follow very well on. This is establishing a school or district related social media site. Staff must adhere to the following guidelines when creating any district-related social media site. We need to be able to keep those sites in possession of Lansing School District. That way when Dan Wessel leaves, and I have a Twitter handle of USD 469 superintendent, that stays, because there will be another superintendent of schools at Lansing USD 469 at some point in time. And that is no different than Lansing baseball or Lansing High baseball. And so when we go through that process, this outlines the process that we need in order to do that. This is a change, and we have at all levels at times. We've had Facebook groups, we've had Twitter groups or Twitter accounts that post, and it's important to know that information that when they're posting, we also have to, if it is an official account, that we need to be able to have control over that. Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, before including a student in any type of social media or news announcements, employees must check skyward to determine the student's media permissions. We have that filled out every year, and we make sure when we take pictures for our own website that students have a media release sign. That's something that we, for everybody's safety, that we take care of that. Consequences. Administration will determine consequences based on the impact on staff members' role as a school/district representative, workplace environment. And this one is currently in policy, impact on ability to complete assigned duties. And that's where it gets very gray very quickly. But it is something that as this is an issue that continues to rear its head across our nation, and not just in Lansing USD 469, that we need to address head on. Social media, here are just some guidelines, media policy and guidelines for parents. We just wanted to address that and making sure that we put out some additional information for parents, and make sure that these are the guidelines that we see that will help us in our community. because ultimately, any time that we're online and we're sharing information that could be true or it could be not true, we don't have a USD 469 fact checker at that point in time. So we gave some additional information. I know that was a big part of the policy that I've seen. We went ahead and continued on with our iPad procedures, iPad care and protection, and making sure that everybody knows how to do that. iPad repair and notify your building level iPad contact. We just wanted to make sure that information is in there. We do have some, and this is something else that we are wanting to continue. This group is not done working, but it is a great start, I believe, is to really take a look at our digital citizenship curriculum and what we are teaching kids and making sure that they understand their role in a connected society. We also want to expand our own website information for digital citizenship for families and parents and provide those resources. And I know that our mental health team has done a good job of that, and I know that our schools have done that, but now as a district level we'll help to compile all of that. Lastly, students, and notice that under consequences of policy violations, refer to the district student/parent handbook for building specific consequences. And we didn't want to put all of those in this policy for one very simple reason, is that all of the buildings have their own age-appropriate information when it comes to technology use and or misuse, because a kindergartner or a first grader or a second grader is a whole lot different than a 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grader. And I think that's an important thing to point out. And if we had all of those in this policy, that we would have to change each of those. Lastly, and this was an LMS example, I just wanted to leave that in order to show what those do look like, and that's the one that the middle school uses. I know we also had looked at the intermediate schools and how they deal with students and the use of technology. Actual use and best practices, student rights and responsibilities. This was a group discussion that we had, and respect the rights and privacy of all students and district personnel. Personal devices at school. This was a large conversation and building specific for age-appropriate use of personal devices. Handbooks will also address those, and so when we look at those handbooks in June, we'll want to make sure that if that's something that you're passionate about, that you look at those personal devices. We go from everything they're in a backpack turned off to, I know high school kids carry their cell phones. And I'll tell you the best classroom management skill that you can use as a teacher, that you put the phone and you have to put the phone face up on their desk. So that way you always see, if they are on their phone. That's coming from many years of teaching with flip phones and being able to message inside of a hoodie. It was absolutely amazing. I couldn't do it, but they sure could. So, cyberbullying. This is something that, as it happens, when it impacts our school district, we are required to address that. That is something that, when it happens off of school property, that is something that our reach is only so far. However, when it impacts the learning opportunities of kids, that's where we have to take steps in order to solve that. And that's why it's in our policy. We did have a spoof social media. We've had that happen, unfortunately, a few times at the high school, where we'd have the real Lansing High School principal doing different pieces. And so we try our best to find those. That is something that if we figure out who does that, because those can wreck more than one day of a high school life, unfortunately. So we wanted to address those. Then we wanted to talk about for academic purposes and academic dishonesty. We had a student on this policy group And it was very interesting, and this is something that our PDC council will be talking about when we start talking about training, and just some opportunities for teachers. For me, the academic dishonesty piece is, I hate to say, fairly simple if you have authentic assessments at some point in time. It becomes much easier because you can't copy off of something that you have to create yourself. So, and then lastly is shared Google documents. That is something, the nice thing about Google Docs is you can always go back and see the history of revision. So we do have some self-insurance that we continue, and this is something that we do and have done for many years. That way we don't have to charge a kid $300 in order to replace their iPad. That becomes very expensive very quickly if your kid can't manage themselves. So anyway, that kind of finishes up that part. This is our first read, and I do have on our board docs on the next, we have a BOE work session that would include, that we missed last April, or yes, in April. That I would like to add, and we could answer additional questions on the social media policy at that time also, since it would fall underneath handbooks.
We have discussed that yet?
Not yet. So.
Okay, I don't know that there's a motion. We're
Just a discussion.
Just discussion. Is there any discussion about the social media policy?
I think it looks good so far. I know there's a lot of work put into it, so you can always finesse it, and things are going to obviously change as technology changes through the years, but I think it's a lot better than we had when we first started. It looks good.
Dan, what's your goal to have a deadline and complete?
When we get all of our board handbooks approved in June, then we would approve this in June also.
You're going to put it in the handbook, right? To reference it?
It would, we reference our handbooks, this would be a separate policy on top of that, and so we would approve both of those at the same time since it's referenced. Since this references our handbook and the handbook will also reference this, it would make the most sense to approve both of those at the same time at our June board meeting.
And we were able to provide you input?
Yes, I would like to do that at our next BOE work session that we're going to talk about at 7.6.
Okay. I think last meeting, you said that you would get it out to before today's board meeting.
Yes, I did, and that didn't happen. I apologize for that, Carla. That's also why I wanted to put it on the BOE work session.
Any other discussion? Moving on to the Parent Bill of Rights, first reading. I think Amy was going to touch on that.
Sure. As most of you are aware, we have this up for discussion, and it pretty much, as stated by one of the speakers, it pretty much mirrors the legislators' Bill of Rights that they have put forth. One thing, we will probably change a few things if we decide to put this, for a final vote. And we'll have to wait on that just a little bit, only because even though that has, for now, died in legislative session, they technically are on a break right now until the end of May. So at the end of May, they'll come back, and they always do have the opportunity to change that and maybe make that stricter than what we have right here. They may make it less strict to try to get more votes. And if they don't have the votes, then it would just die either way. The reason why I want to wait, and if the board approves to wait on that instead of voting tonight, is because if they do make it more strict, we'll have to just come back and change that, because the state statute trumps what we would come up with. We have to meet at least the minimum of the state statute. If that does not pass, then we are free to go, forward this, like I said, if the board decides. Just a couple things that I know that we would probably want to word a little differently than they have. If you look, well, first of all, as on number 3, I'm not going to read all of these to you. This is listed on the website. You can look at that if you'd like. But we're doing several of these things already. Our staff does a very good job. Our teachers do a good job. Our director of curriculum, Miles, he's already working to get many of these items online for the transparency portions, and I commend him on that. And with the new GVCs that I think the middle school is trying out right now, a lot of this will be accessed that way. So I appreciate that. It's just going to lay that out for parents and tell them exactly what routes they can follow when there is a problem. Just as we have the Students' Bill of Rights, I believe in the handbook, if I'm not mistaken. Or the students' rights, I don't know exactly how it's worded. And the teachers too, with their negotiated agreements, things like that. It's just set aside for the parents. But like I said, much of this we're already doing, and it'll be available. One of the things we would want to make more specific, if you look at number 6, and one of the speakers had addressed this, is the right to make healthcare and medical decisions for such child, including the right to make decisions regarding vaccinations and immunizations. And I realize that's a kind of a controversial topic, but what needs to be added into that actually is a statute that is already in place in Kansas, and it's been in place well before COVID and some of the drama related around those. And I'll just read that statute to you real quick, and what we would do is work this into the wording. We could put the exact verbiage if we like, but actually there's already an opportunity for parents to have their children exempted from certain vaccinations if they follow these guidelines per the board approval. So if we added that to this, this would mean if they follow these guidelines, then the board would accept that. And that statute, the Kansas statutes impose vaccination and other health requirements for children enrolling in schools and preschool or daycare programs operated by schools. And the statute provides the Secretary of Health and Environment to determine which tests and inoculations deemed necessary for this purpose. And that the statute, which actually, if you want to look it up, it's KSA 72-6265, provides exemptions for these vaccination requirements. A student requesting an exemption for school must provide an annual written statement by a licensed physician that the required test or inoculations would seriously endanger the life or health of that student. Or number 2, a written statement signed by one parent or guardian that the student is adherent to a religious denomination whose religious teachings are opposed to such tests or inoculations. They do not require a note from a member of clergy where you just specifically designate what religion your child is observing that would, cause them to ask for that exemption. You just need to file that in a written note by the parent or guardian to the district office each year. So that statute is already in place. It would just incorporate that. But I understand the concerns for that. And if you go on, you could read the rest of these. Some of the things, the very end, from what I understand, we already have somewhat of a policy if there's a lesson or some type of book that's objectionable, where we could bring that to the district or to the board to look at. It's not going to be somebody raises a concern, boom, that's gone. Obviously, there's going to be a process for that. And it also puts some of the responsibility on the parents too. Look, these items are online, their curriculum's online. Know what your child's doing, know what's going on in the classroom. So you can just be critical of that. But so if it really messes with what you believe at home and your values, you could opt them out, receive a different lesson plan ahead of time, not after the fact, so we deal, with all of the complaints. But also you can see what great work the teachers are doing and what your kids are doing every day. So that's kind of where this is coming from. It's not meant to be something, controversial. But obviously, like I said, what I propose we do is table this until the end of the legislative session, just so we know. Otherwise, we could backtrack and change things if it is decided to be accepted on by the board. So that's about all I have. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
I don't see a sense of urgency in adopting a policy until the state legislature comes through.
Yeah, there's not right now.
And you mentioned it, but I've been contacted by several administrators and some staff, and they do a great job of making sure that all of the lessons are out, and the parents have an opportunity to
Yeah.
review them. I just encourage the parents to ask questions if they have any. And
exactly.
Dan had mentioned in a meeting that I had with him that they do have a procedure or a policy in place on how to, if they have a questionable assignment, that there's a way that they could go through. Could you please explain that policy? I'm sorry, I didn't have
No,
it
that's
prepared
good.
to answer that.
Is we do have the opt-out form on religious objections to activities. That is IKDA. There is a policy that covers that. We do have opt-out forms that covers those types of objections. And then also under the selection criteria and the information that we have under IF, and then we do have underneath IF a challenge of materials, and we talked about this. I believe there's a couple last year. We had some folks that brought some information to us. And it starts underneath there. Any person having a complaint about the textbooks, media center, or other instructional materials shall meet with the principal. And then if the matter cannot be resolved, the principal shall notify the superintendent. If the complaint is not resolved at the meeting with the superintendent, the complainant may request that the board consider the complaint. If the board chooses to consider the complaint, it shall forward all appropriate written materials to a review committee. We define that review committee underneath there. Established by the board to handle complaints concerning textbooks, media center, and instructional materials. The committee shall be composed of the building principal, media specialist, two subject area specialists, and two community members. The committee's charge shall be to review the material, prepare a written report containing conclusions and recommendations within 30 days. To direct a written report to the board and to send the complainant a copy of the report. And so that's kind of our current policy. So if we would want to somehow make that be on the front end before, we would also need to look at that IF policy and adjust that policy, because this is our KSB, this is the policy that they recommend for review of and complaints of materials.
Just to be clear, we, the board, know that the community is concerned about a parent bill of rights. We have it go both ways. It'll be another tough discussion when it comes time to make a decision. That's all, and I empathize with the parents that want it both either way, and we'll see if we can't do what's best for the kids.
I agree. I just think, I know the requests that I've had either way, but it just, we want to be transparent. We want those parents to feel like there's transparency out there for each and every one of them, not only for the teachers, the students, but for the parents and the taxpayers themselves. So it's something we have to look at and address for everyone's sake.
We don't want any student or parent to believe that they have to fulfill an assignment that they are objectionable to. There are other options, and that's why I had Dan bring up our policy, so that if you are opposed to a specific assignment, I know that our teachers and our administrators would be more than willing to be flexible and offer other assignments.
Yeah,
So,
it's just kind of would put it all in one spot, easy to access for the parents.
communication is the key. If you have an issue, please bring it up to your teacher, your administrator, the superintendent. They're all professionals, and I'm sure that they can resolve it at the lowest possible level.
Pete, I received this kind of very late, but it's for the board, so I made copies if you all want to distribute it. It was a very well-written expression from a Lansing High School student describing their take on this. So very well written, very good engagement, good civic engagement.
Thank you.
Is this something we want to read? Oh, no, okay.
We can just share, we can read it and discuss
Yeah,
it
we'll
when
read
we.
it on there.
Okay, great, thank you.
But just so you have it.
Okay.
Oh,
Is there any other discussion on the Parent Bill of Rights? I'd like to go ahead and move on to outside agency for special education audit. I know this is something that it's on our Board of Education goals, and I know it's something that the board is looking forward to finding some information about.
Thank you to Danielle for reaching out to KSDE and Bert Moore from KSD. We would ask for you to approve the use of them to begin an external sped audit on May 11th. Bert said he could be here this Wednesday at 8 and begin, well, actually via Zoom to start with our questions. We asked him to analyze the spending since we've been on in our own entity and give us recommendations on how we're doing as a special education department as we have a new director coming on board, Ms. Cynthia Donald. So we'll be able to, we had the information, and I believe that some of you thought that our BOE work session was going to be exactly that. I apologize for that misconception, but that's really was an overview of sped spending itself, and then this will dig deeper into specific Lansing information that Bert will be able to give us some additional information based on our questions. So.
This has become a pretty important issue because a lot of our district funding is going towards SPED. And a lot of that is something that we have no control over, or at least that's what I learned through our board meeting that we had, a working meeting. But we're hoping that with some advisement, we'll be able to recapture some of those funds and use them where they were designed to be used. Any other discussion?
Can I get a motion to approve the use of KSD for review, special ed?
I'll make a motion to approve KSDE Bert Moore for May 11th audit.
Second motion.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay.
Thank you. Next, and this was an RFP for HVA install. I just wanted to give an update more than anything on that, as I've continued to work with the TIPS USA folks, and they said if we try to go down the RFP process, that will slow us down, and yes, we do have a plan in order to do that, and so we will bid all of that together. I have a meeting scheduled with them on Thursday of this week in order to finalize information. Train is who we are looking at going with because of the fact that Train integrates with our existing systems. When you start to try to move away from your existing HVAC systems that can read all of your sensors, that's when prices get extremely expensive. So that is what we're looking at. They will work with a local person in order to install, but that will all be bid together. So that's kind of an update on HVAC. And yes, we're still hopeful that that will happen before the end of the summer. It will be interesting, and this is something that I need to work with Mr. Brandt on. One of the major concerns that we have over the summer is that when you can't regulate the air conditioning, you also have a hard time being able to wax floors and different pieces. So we'll also continue. I have a meeting with him tomorrow morning, a standing Tuesday meeting, in order to do that. We've had to do that before when we were doing things like gym floors. So we would possibly have some additional opportunities in order to allow that work to happen. So.
Is there anything else we can do in the meantime for the kids in the 80-degree building?
That's when you're moving around hot air, it's still hot air. We can definitely continue to buy more box fans. Unfortunately, that's a struggle.
Okay, this is way back. I remember recalling the high school that we currently have. We had the AC go out, and we used that outside
yes, that's what.
unit.
Yep.
what's the likelihood of possibly doing that in a short term to get us through? What's the price on that for a 2-week or a 3-week span while we still have students in the building?
I can ask that. And as long as it's not over 20,000, I'd have permission in order to do that, so.
I mean,
Yep.
if it's one of those things that it's a need, it's a learning, educational need for these kids. They need to be able to focus. Anything that we can do to help them focus. I mean, I get it, it's the end of the year and their focus is gone anyways, but anything that we can do to at least make them comfortable and focus, we should possibly look into.
Absolutely.
Are there any other options? There's no way to move them to another air-conditioned building in the district?
That would be more disruptive than hot air, I believe, at that point in time.
I don't know if we can get, if we can get people to voluntarily bring fans in. I mean, I know I have a handful of box fans, if we need more, for a 2-week situation. I know it, and I grew up in classrooms where we didn't have heat, and it was exhausting to try to learn. But $20,000 is a big expense. That's a concern to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that would be. I can definitely look into that and send that out as soon as I know.
So what is the timeline for the new install? Do you have one yet?
I do not have one. That's what we're talking about on Wednesday. So I could send that out at my end of the week.
So we can't do an RFP just for the install itself if we just use tips for the equipment?
We could, but they said that actually slows down the process, is what I was told.
But they're using someone local?
Yeah. Yeah, we'd be able to have a local person.
Any other discussion? If there's no motion, so we'll move on to the next one. We have some feedback from alumni.
This is something that is on our board life cycle, and this is our first year alumni survey. This is what we have sent out the last, I want to say, 3 years. This is something that we also do as some information towards our successful high school graduate piece, which is one of our state board goals. It's very short because if you ask too many questions of somebody 1 year outside of high school, you don't get anything. That we have learned. You barely get that from some of our own. So we asked, what is your current education or employment status? This helps us to be able to know who is a successful high school graduate. What is your current educational employment status? Has that status changed since graduating from Lansing High School? And then we ask what that status change was. And then these are really the important ones that we will look to get back. What is your opinion in regarding the following statement? Lansing USD 469 and Lansing High School prepared me well for my current pursuits. And we asked them that, and then we asked them to Lansing USD 469 and LHS improved. So that 1 year out, kids are still, they either say, hey, yeah, Lansing, you did a great job, or boy, I really wish. And they still really have that on the forefront of their mind. And so those are the questions that we asked. We'll plan on sending that out as soon as I get board approval. And if you want to add any additional questions, we sure can do that. We've always kept this short and sweet. Last year, unfortunately, we have emails. Some of them are parent emails and some of them are student emails that we target. We send all of these to, and then we follow up with another email asking them to do it again. Last year we had 34 come back, so not a huge amount, but at some point in time they're also graduates of Lansing High School. So anything that you would like to see added, or this is what we'll go with our alumni survey.
Any discussion?
I think it looks good.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented. Second. All who agree on the motion, say aye. All opposed? Thank you. Guess we're moving on to 7.6, Board of Education work session.
I would like to recommend that since we missed our Board of Education work session in April, that we add one, and I would like you to check your calendar if you could, please, on possibility of a week from this Monday. That would allow us to get that, two things. I'd like this work session to discuss diversity, equity, and inclusion training. We are getting prepared to do some of that conversation work, and we would like some Board of Education guidance. We do that, we set that information at our PDC. We do not, I was reading the Parents' Bill of Rights, and we do not contract out to large companies in order for that kind of training. Most of that training is homegrown. We also work a lot and plan on working a lot with Greenbush, which we have a very good work relationship with. And so that is, I would like to discuss that for approximately an hour. And then our last work session was supposed to be about handbooks and just an initial read through handbooks. We have a website that I'll send out after this meeting that has all of those on it, just for us to be able to have a first read on handbooks and having some discussion on that. That was supposed to be our April board work session, and I apologize once again for missing that. So
So you looking at the 16th?
I would like to do it a week from today, which would be the 16th.
6 o'clock here.
6.
Any discussion? I'll make a motion to approve a Board of Education work session to commence on 16 May 2022 at 6 o'clock p.m. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you. We did have a amendment to the agenda. We're going on to 7.7, and it concerns the Lansing preschool and childcare playground proposal.
This is in front of you, and I'll put all of this information up on when we have this as an agenda item. Our director of our child care, Cheryl Peters, procured a grant that would pay for this entire amount. The reason that I bring it to you is that it is over the $20,000 spending limit. It is $50,984, and the great thing about that is that the grant will pay for every part of that. One of the struggles that we have over at the daycare and early childhood center is having playground facilities that are age appropriate for all of those kids. And so this would be something that we would be able to schedule and be able to use for all of the kids that are over there. An important part, and I had contacted AV Creative sales rep, and another contract that Greenbush, another service that Greenbush provides to us, if you want to look at the purchasing cooperative at Greenbush. This is actually a pre-bid contract that covers all of the playground structures. And so if you bid off of that, these are the discounts you'll see under the Greenbush cooperative purchasing cooperative. So off of whatever their amount is, this is the pre-bid discounts that you will be provided. They had won, different companies bid on that for the year, and AV Creative won it for this year. And then I also, for your own information, some contractual provisions, that's a state of Kansas piece that just lets us know that acceptance of proposal, it does meet all of the bid laws for the state of Kansas. We do this type of purchasing also for things like iPads. If we wanted to, we could also do it for other equipment that are pre-bid through Greenbush. So it's a way for us as a board in order to do that. and make sure that things are bid. No different than we did with the Tips USA also. But this is a good deal for us, the school district, no additional funds, and this will allow us to get moving.
Great job, Cheryl. That's awesome.
It is very exciting.
Will it occupy the same space then?
No, this will be an additional one. We'll use some of the green space that used to be. It's now green because grass does grow through former playground areas, but we'll use some of the green space over there. The only cost we possibly could have is one small section of fence, but that won't be bad.
Any other discussion? I'd like to make a motion to approve the grant acquired by Cheryl Peterson for $50,984 for the Lansing preschool and child care playground proposal.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Moving on to Old Board of Education Business, 8.1, actively learn for MSSS curriculum.
This was the information that Miles had presented to us last month in order for the actively learn to be accepted as curriculum for our middle school social studies. Once again, this is an online piece that has all different resources that are tied to it, including articles, including an entire textbook that is inside of there. And my brain just quit. Source documents, primary source documents that are available for our teachers in order to use. So this is something that we currently use at the high school in our ELA. So our district has adopted this, but this is an additional adoption, and we were looking for approval after we had discussed that and had invited anybody that had any questions to come up and do that. So.
Is this the 15,000 plus 4,396?
Yes.
What's the total?
20. And that's annually,
Yes.
20,000 annually.
That is an annual cost, correct, Miles? I apologize.
Yes, for the old school.
Yes, that includes high school, that's everything, yes.
Well, I'd like to say that was a very impressive presentation. Sold me, and I want to make mention of Brian Burns. I thought he did a particularly great job, and I know that you supported him in that, Miles, so thank you. But it was excellent, and I have no problem making a motion to accept the Actively Learn for Middle School Social Studies curriculum for an annual contract of $20,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All approve, say aye. Aye. Anybody object? Okay, we got it. Moving on to the Board of Education life cycle.
I just wanted to bring this back up. I know there's been some conversation about where we're at in different pieces. One of the things that we changed, and I did put on our BOE goals, one of the large pieces that we should have done in April is approve internal BOE goals, which we actually did in January. Then if you go on down, develop and publish guidance for next academic year. We did talk briefly about that last month, and we also talked, we continue to talk about it when we look at BOE approves new curriculum resources. We just did that. And then admin team starts planning for next academic year. We've started that, and we have a district leadership team meeting on this Wednesday in order for us to be prepared in order for our review of where we're at currently, and also prepare for any changes that we have. It's just a nice way for us to Our graduation is this May. Teacher and retiree appreciation is at the bottom of that. When we go into executive session, we do have the evaluation of the superintendent that we did in December that we'll be revisiting. And at this point in time, just to kind of see where we're at. Approve resources for next academic year, which we just did. Those would be any new resources that we have. Request feedback from alumni, which we just did, and negotiations pre-meeting. And so this is kind of our BOE life cycle. It probably is time as we do have new board members and to take another look at that and see where we are at. If there's anything additional, this should be a living, breathing document, especially when we have new members. And if there are things that, boy, I really wish that we have things that we need to discuss or want to discuss. Obviously, school districts are very cyclical, and this is why we kind of laid this piece out. Having new board members, or if you come on all at the same time and not having some of that institutional background knowledge of, hey, that's coming. I know that that's been a struggle at times, and but this is kind of why we have the BOE life cycle. So, go ahead.
I would say definitely one would be September,
Mm-hmm.
assess standardized tests, ACT. I know that's not everything to the students. However, we have been on since January, and we really haven't we haven't interpreted data and discussed that in the 5 months we've been on. Particularly with the upcoming long-term strategic plan, which is so integral. And with the new staff members coming in, I would propose that we move some kind of analysis of the screeners and the tests that students have finished, so we can get some kind of mark on the wall where we are academically in performance, that we talk about that in June or July.
A big reason that we had it in September, and I'm open to moving it, is that we haven't always we wanted to be able to talk about all of the test scores all at the same time, because one of the things that's a struggle is when we do that in a piecemeal way, which we have done in the past, everything rises to a level of, you need to address this now, you need to address this now, and you need to address this now. Because looking at ACT scores at the high school is entirely different than looking at state assessment scores at the high school. And being able to look at all of those at once, and the reason we chose September, because we can guarantee that we would have state assessment scores back. At the time that this was written, it was not the case that we received state assessment scores back many times until the beginning of the school year. So that's why we chose September. The other thing that is of somewhat is of difficulty, but we can work around that, is administrator contracts do end in June 15th many times. We are working on making those 12-month contracts, which would change somewhat. But when this was also adopted, June, July, and August was not a time that we had full access to our full administrative and or teaching staff. That's the other part. We do have board actions that continue during those months. And obviously, superintendent and director of teaching and learning and district office staff all work during those months. But that was the other thing that why we wanted that to be in September.
Is it okay if we ask questions in June or July, and the administration will give us feedback and response?
Sure.
Because we've been here since January, and we haven't talked about academic pursuits and how we're going to maybe form and work on impact for the next academic year, right?
Those are information that actually we will be doing as a DLT on Wednesday. Okay. Because that is, and look for that information as we have a DLT meeting, and then at the end of May, we also have an MTSS training team meeting, and that's where we do look at the end of the year FastBridge scores. We do look at state assessment scores. during that time, because we do have state assessment scores this year at this point in time. And so in those end of the year informational meetings, look for that in our weekly report. And if you do have any questions, we can address those at the board level, and we can say those out loud here, but also don't, when I send out those weekly reports, don't hesitate to communicate back about if you have specific questions about information. We'll have all of the fast bridge testing results that we'll be able to provide, because we'll be talking about those at the DLT level. So, and most of all of that work about planning for next year in ways that we're going to address the deficiencies or celebrate our successes are all things that are done at that district leadership team, all the way down to a BLT information at each of our buildings and at the grade levels at the PLCs.
Can we ever request a DLT and to come and talk to us in a work session and explain the onesies and twosies of things?
I believe that would be an excellent opportunity in September in order to do that, because that is, yeah, I mean, that's
4 months.
That's just my recommendation. If we need to do that sooner, the biggest issue, and I apologize for being a little bit frustrated, is the other thing in June, July, and August is the idea that you have to be very respectful of time of those folks that have given a hard 9 months of their life. Yes, Carla, if the board would like to do that during June, July, and August, and you want those folks to show up, we can sure request that they do that. It is not something that we assign. And so, yes, we could do that. I think for me personally, the largest thing that would be important for the board is that you would, I know Jeff has said it many times, if we have things that we're working on, and we know that there are deficiencies, tell us that, tell us how you're gonna fix them. I think that's an important conversation for the board. And so that is something that I would definitely look for in our DLT notes when we put out our talking points and when we have that information that we send out.
I think we have new board members that have been on the board since January, and they've heard zero information about data, and I understand their frustration, and we need to fix that. I'm not sure what the right way to do that is, but I think it's unacceptable for them not to know the state of our students and where they're at right now. We might be able to do that through an end of week where you can provide fast bridge scores or whatever data that you receive. We can brainstorm about that later, but it is unacceptable that the new board members have no idea where our academic performance is across our district. And I take partial responsibility because I should have been on that and made sure it was an agenda item, and I just haven't done that.
The information and when we have given that test, we give FastBridge 3 times a year, so the only information that this Board of Education would have been able to receive would have been our information in January. And I'll look back, I thought I had sent that out, but if I did not send out where we were at on the FastBridge scores, I can definitely do that where we were. We just finishing up our spring FastBridge information, so that would have been the next opportunity, which is May. So any information that we would have shared would have either been in January or it's just coming up this May. The other part is the idea of state assessment scores. We received information that they would be coming out. We've still not seen those currently. So as soon as we get that information and it's in a form that we can share out, I'll share that out as soon as I possibly can.
But Dan, when it's shared with the end of week, it's kind of in a vacuum in a way, because we're really not analyzing it, and we don't have the experts that are interpreting it and telling us, hey, this might look like this. Because like we said, a kid is not a test score. So when those are sent to us, we want to know the so what from the professionals and from the educators.
Like I said, we can definitely do that at a board work session, and we had had those scheduled. I don't remember, I believe it was in September, and that's why we were following that Board of Education life cycle. So if we would like to change that and we want it differently, obviously, I serve at the pleasure of the board in order to do that.
I do like the idea of bringing up the board life cycle. I'd like to do that each month, just kind of refresh us and help us remember what we're focused
Absolutely.
on. And if we could, let's see if we can add some additional months where we can provide the student data for the whole board. It's not the first time I've heard that. We'll get it fixed. Any other discussion?
July looks pretty light, at least maybe we could discuss it among ourselves, even if we don't have the educators to kind of, maybe we can, go over it ourselves and maybe change our goals for the next year on what we can do then, if we can't bring them in, see if we can bring them in. I mean,
The important part of this is that we do have our long-term strategic plan.
Yeah.
We're gonna be putting that into place, and it's important that we know where our deficiencies
Yeah.
are so that we can address those in our long-term plan.
Exactly.
So I understand the sense of urgency on it, but I'm sure that the staff will get the data that we need so that we can make informed decisions.
it's just easier to talk about in a group session, so maybe in July we could at least go over some of those, even if we don't make decisions based on that yet, or until September. I don't know, just a thought. It takes a while, obviously, to get everything going and,
So
July is
then-
pretty light.
So what are we doing for May? So are we kind of tabling it for May, or she's still getting some data, still going to get some data in May about our June or June?
Maybe June,
Or June,
because-
okay.
Yeah, this is the May board meeting, but we
Yeah.
are gonna meet next week, but I don't know if you can turn around that data that quickly.
Right, no.
We wouldn't have that information yet.
Okay,
We still got the
Okay.
third fast wage, right, or does it still need to be January?
Dan, if we have a work session in September, we're gonna see the data. You guys have already been analyzing that data as you get it in, so you're gonna have your plan of how you're gonna fix or improve things at that work session most likely. Is that correct?
That, we begin that planning and that information at a DLT and at a BLT level as soon as we get that information.
So most of how you're gonna try to improve everything will already be in place by the time we have that work session.
Yes, because ultimately that's our job and our role as an administrative team and as a district leadership team. That our role is when we see issues that we need to fix. For example, the board set our goal that we wanted to have 80% of our students. This is a board goal that we continue to work off of. That on our Tier 1 and our fast bridge scores. And that's what we continue to focus on because that is ultimately a goal set by our Board of Education. So when we are deficient on that, we continue to look at new ways to do things. We look at things that we need to change, and we look at opportunities to give kids opportunities in order to make up those pieces. That's our job. Your job is to set that goal and then to see if we're meeting it, and if not, ask how we're going to do that. So.
I think the frustration is that we just haven't had the information to know that whether we are or we are not meeting that 80%. Isn't it, remind me, 80, 15, 5 or something?
80 it should be 80 at the Tier 1, 15% in Tier 2, and 5% in Tier 3. That's the MTSS structures that we know that if we're doing that we're succeeding as a district. Obviously, we want all kids, but ultimately, you'll find that kids on a national scale, if it's 80, 15, and 5, that you're normal in just with the kids that are showing up, and what you're doing is working. So.
The last time we evaluated ourselves, were we at 80, 15?
No, we were not.
that would have been in January. Like I said, I believe I'd sent that out, and if I didn't, I'll go back and I'll be able to send that information out.
Any other discussion? There's no motion, so we'll move on.
Next is some information. I know that we've asked for senior, not about the senior project piece. I'll let Carla talk about that because that's something that I believe she's bringing to the table. But IPS, this is what our current USD 469 individual plan study looks like for all of our kids. It does go down middle school, and I know at the 8th grade level that we asked them to help begin that. This year, they did try something new in order for parents to be involved with that process in order to enroll in high school. We sent out some documents. If you have a freshman coming up, I know a couple on the board maybe do. And in order to show how that you need to fill out this IPS, and if they have any information that they need, additional information, that they could reach out. And I know I live with a counselor at home. They did have folks reach out and ask, what does this look like? What should we be doing? Additionally, the conversation was about CCR. That's our college and career ready time at the high school. We at the beginning of each year, students do an interest inventory that allows them to see what they are interested in and then address their IPS if it needs to change during that time. So you look at your sophomore fall, sophomore spring, junior fall and junior spring, and senior fall and senior spring. The career pathway focus, that can change from year to year if you would like it to, based on your interest inventory. We also have another document, and this is something that all the kids have access to in a student shared folder. So if a kid, they all are on there and they all can see this information. And so if your kid is interested in natural resources and environmental sciences pathway, and I do need to pause for 1 second because sometimes a pathway gets a negative connotation that leads only to, let's say, a vocational school area. These pathways are job pathways. And so you can start to see these are the related careers that a kid maybe would want to go into. So if they are under natural resources and environmental systems pathway, this would be their information that they would want to fill out and make sure that they have in order to do that. And then these are the careers that you have underneath. Architecture and construction, and what courses that we have, and then as you continue on, what those related careers are. So these are the courses that we have in order for a kid, in order to follow these pathways and these careers. And so all of this information, it helps them to lay out when they're working on their IPS with their parent at home, and they want to make sure that they know where they're at. All of this information is available to them. The role of the CCR teacher during that time is a CCR teacher. We do have the CCR teachers move with their kids. So if a student has a CCR teacher as a freshman, they'll have them all the way through the senior. That's an exciting time to be able to hopefully build some relationships with kids and know more regularly, have check-ins with them, and also be able to help them with this information. Lastly, and Carla, you had mentioned some senior project information. I didn't know if you had something to share on that. That is.
No, I don't have any slides tonight.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. But yeah, senior projects, sometimes known as capstone projects, they engage the community. They engage people who are actually working in those fields, and I think it's a powerful experience. I'm sorry, Bonner Springs, holy cow, they've been doing it for 20 years, and they've got it down. It's all in electronic form, and they start off in August of that senior year, and it kind of goes all the way through. It's kind of like a business model. There's a proposal, there's research, there's getting with the person in your field, and sometimes you're able to sort out, maybe you don't want to go into that field, so there's really value in it. I can send the information to you from Bonner, Dan, and maybe you can kind of disperse it to the rest of the board.
Okay,
If you wouldn't mind doing
I
that.
can sure do that.
And I just think it's just really powerful. There's a lot of study and research out there that I can provide you to of how valuable it is. Market value assets, MVA, is kind of a new term out there. And what's to make this even easier for the skilled grant writers that we have in the room, the Kauffman Real World Learning Grant supports this just exactly. And we've talked about it since January as the board. We discussed that when we were first getting to know each other and in the work session for setting goals. So I hope somebody grabs onto it and we work on implementing this. We could talk to Dr. Penrose that's coming from Turner and see if they've ever done anything like this. I just think it's a great way to get our alums involved, get people in the careers involved, and match them with our students so they can make some kind of determination if that's the direction they want to go. And maybe they're all for it, and that's even better because they've earned a mentor for life and a person that can help them with letters of reference and just kind of inspire them in their career. So that's all I have.
Do you know if they do that, is that part of the grade, or is that a requirement for graduation?
Yeah, that's a great question, Amy. Yes, it is a requirement for graduation.
Okay.
And Piper High School does it as well. A lot of schools in the area and in the greater KC area are adopting it. And I think it's powerful. Can't make you do it, but we can certainly encourage you to consider it.
Oh, yeah. I think we should research it, take a look at it. It sounds powerful. So, yeah, let's take a look at it.
I'd also like to
I'd like
get
to see the info.
the faculty involved. I'm sure everybody would have the same standard. They would all have to achieve the same goal. But is it practical for everyone? I would like to get their feedback on that, whether it would be possible for everyone to do it.
And I guess in Bonner and Piper it is, in whatever level, whatever energy you put behind it. To be honest with you, it's similar to the Eagle Scout Awards. It's similar to the Gold Awards for Girl Scouts, 4-H awards, but it's just kind of a work, a business proposal. And you're in charge. You're the person that's researching this, and you're the person that's figuring out your proposal and gathering your support team to learn more about what you're studying. It's a lot like SEL. You state the problem, right? You state the problem, state my issue that I'm going to research, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to research it. It could be personal research of a career. It could also be tied to service hours in the community and the value that we gain from it, and the value that the community gains from it as well. I'll get back to you.
I'll echo what Pete's saying. I'd like to see about BLT at the high school and then DLT looking at it and
Sure.
bringing back whether they think it's a realistic goal for our seniors as a whole, or if it should maybe be pushed to certain classes. Leave it, they're the experts in the field. I defer to them.
Sure, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Yeah. And it could be a pilot too. Do a pilot one year and see how it goes.
Any other discussion? I'd like to move on to tennis courts.
I've not had an additional meeting about the tennis courts at this point in time. It was a rather wet April, and we did need to remember wait in order to do that. I've reached back out to Meg Warner with Hollis and Miller in order to coordinate that. And Jeff, I've still got you on the list in order to be involved in that conversation. So just a brief update also on that. remember that we were looking at soil compaction pieces and what actually was underneath there is what we'll be getting information from Terracon and additional information about ways forward with that.
When did the issue with the tennis courts first begin? Was it when the high school was built? Or is this something that happened, 4 years later, 3 years later?
It's consistently gotten worse. There were a few issues at the very beginning, I believe. I'd have to go back and ask some of those questions since I wasn't doing this job at that point in time. But that's why we want to have that information meeting with all of the folks involved. So if there would have been something that happened in the incorrect build, when I did ask about the ability to warranty work, that type of information only has 1 year, and I don't believe that the issues that we were seeing at this point in time came up at that point in time.
You'll verify that though?
Yep.
And we are currently not hosting tennis meets, we're not playing tennis on those courts?
I don't believe we've had any home meets, no.
Any other discussion, Joe? Anybody? Okay. I guess we'll go into 9. Do you have anything else?
No.
We'll go into executive session. I move to go into executive session to discuss administrative proposals for negotiations pursuant to the exception from employer negotiations under COMA. And the Open Meeting Act will resume in the boardroom at, what time is it? 17.
No,
Let's
we
say
just-
8:45.
This is just for negotiations.
Just for negotiations.
It shouldn't, I don't need it now.
15 minutes, 30
Yeah.
minutes, 15?
15 should do it.
Okay, so we'll, until 8:05. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? 8:05. Attention, I move we go into the executive session to discuss an individual employee's performance and personal changes pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under COMA, and the meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:10. 9:10. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I move we go into executive session to discuss an individual employee's performance and personal changes pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under COMA. In the Open Meeting Act, we resume the boardroom at 10:05.
I gotta go at this.
Take an AP test tomorrow.
Did you have something, were you waiting on something?
Were you waiting on something, ma'am?
No, I wanted to say through the end of the meeting, but I have an AP test tomorrow.
You want to,
We apologize that the executive session ran long. Please come back next month, even though you'll probably be graduated if you've got AP classes, I'm guessing junior, senior?
No, I'm a junior.
There you go, so you've got one more full year of this fun.
Okay, so we're back in session. I move that we approve the following new hires. I'll just say them out loud. It's Sharon Hutchins, PT assistant, Manny Baez, maintenance, Angela Slater, math teacher, Ian Hodges, social science, Stacy Blockberger, sped para, Rosetta Henry, custodian, Tracy Schmidling, math teacher, Alicia Scales Kier, behavior teacher, Vicki Davis, bus driver, Miranda Coate, math teacher, William Turley, band teacher, Leah Ford, speech language pathologist, Angela Dale, sped para. I move that we approve the following job transfers. Emerald Peters, sped teacher. Andrea Shepard, sped teacher. Jenna Ast, third grade teacher. Jason Floki, math teacher. Michelle Settles, interventionist with admin duties. And Sony Nuthake, sped teacher. Should I have go into? Do I need to mention where they went to? Probably should. Okay. I move that we approve the following exiting employees. Cindy Meyer, aide. Jackie Delgado, art teacher. Stephanie Donahue, SLP. Nicole Hauptman, sped para. Heidi Sanford, teacher. Lindsay Zick, teacher. Michael Ray, sped para. Ray Evans, food service. Katie Zool, food service. Lisa Gorski, secretary. Darren Fickner, business teacher. Tracy Schmidt, art teacher. Vianne Arias, sped teacher. Lindsay Zick, head volleyball coach. All in favor, say aye.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you. So we'll move on to information items and announcements. We do have a 10.1, which is graduation.
Graduation is May 21st, 6 p.m. You'll probably want to be there between 5 and 5:30, and as Rob said, if you get there at 5:30, you aren't going to get inside until about 5:45 because parking won't be perfect. And so we'll meet in the front office area. That's where we usually meet as a Board of Education, and then we'll lead our way down to the gymnasium in order to do that. And we all sit on stage. You all should have your gowns. We dress up in those. And then Pete gets to address the crowd as the board president. So we'll look forward to that. So once again, graduation May 21st, 2022.
Moving on to 10.2, staff retirement reception, LHS Commons, Thursday, May 26, 2022.
Yes, and I'll send out time on that. I believe it starts at 4 o'clock. This is what we started last year, I believe, with the staff. This is for all of those that are retired, retired through CABRs. That's kind of where we set that, not just for everybody that's leaving. For example, Mr. McKim did not retire, so he's not part of that. But anybody that, when we read these off, and if they say over here that they're retired, that is a retirement ceremony for those.
Number 11, future board meeting agenda items. Does anybody have any future agenda items?
I have some just old business, I mean, that I think that should consistently be on there. Just add the Title IX to old business. Board policy scrub, which I think is very critical, that we need to do that as those handbooks are gonna be due. And strategic planning brief, could we have Green Bush send a representative to one of our board meetings to talk about it, or to a work session to field questions?
I think it's a great idea to have them come out and just kind of give us an overview of what to expect. You think they'd buy off on that, Dan?
And I'd like to meet, can we meet the principals before the school year? Like, as they come in, could we meet them in a work session or something like that? Could we talk?
After they become on staff, it would have to be after they're on staff.
I can sure see if they want to come to the next board meeting and invite them to do that.
Tell them to show up about 10:30.
Come about 10:30, we'll need to talk to them. Well, and I'm not meaning to do that. I mean, I think it'd be better, almost even a work session to talk to them instead of a
Or just
board
introduce
meeting.
them and I'd like to
Yeah,
know
just
who they are.
introduce them. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see a face, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're gonna have a work session as a board, we need to set that work session and then, I mean, I can give them some dates and then try to coordinate with you all if that's the will of the board. We don't, if we're gonna have one, we need to have that conversation, so.
When do they come on staff? When do they become part of the
So
USD team?
their first day is officially August 1st.
1 August.
So, I mean, you probably wouldn't wanna wait that long. So,
Well, 1 August, if they came in any time earlier than that, then they're not getting paid to come in.
no, they wouldn't be getting paid. That's true, Jeff.
We'll get Mark
I get to sit next to you, that's payment enough.
You don't get a summer vacation either for that matter.
If we wanna try to have that a meet and greet as a board work session,
Yes.
well,
That would
that,
be great.
Meet and greet.
That would be nice.
we have to, I'll try to coordinate some times for those. So, I'll send some dates out to all of you and then we can have that on our work session information on Monday.
And Mr. Jenkins and Dr. Cole, of course, also, all 4 of them. because that's the-
You tell me who you want and I'll try to coordinate that,
Okay.
so.
All of them, yeah. that's what's-
Any other future board meeting agenda items? Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a second. Aaron, I got a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.